Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful day yesterday, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. So, we have ourselves a pickle of a situation. The situation that we're in is that we are absolutely surrounded on all reasonable sides by enemies. We are in a situation where we don't have much in the way of resources, and I can't reasonably bring everything with me that I would like to bring. So, okay, now all of a sudden, why are you being a dick? Stop that. All right. So what I'm looking at is that I want to relocate. Where we're at only sort of works. If I wasn't surrounded by literally everybody all over, this probably wouldn't be so bad. But as it stands, the skies and the ground are just covered in enemies. So, the thought process is that I am going to attempt to remove the survival kit back here and attach it to the rover up here. This means that I will then be able to move around with the survival kit attached. Where's my battery at? Oof. Actually, no, that's not too bad because I have the other side as well. Oof. Either way. But essentially, I would be able to slap the survival kit on here and hopefully get to a different location with it. In order to do that, I'm going to need a couple. Oh, that's right. I can't jet back up there. In order to do that, what I need to do first. Do I have? I do not have some on here. Okay. But essentially, what I'll need to do is get a mounting point on here for it. And then what I'm thinking is that I will add a crane mechanism on top of the rover that utilizes a custom turret controller. So that way I'll be able to grab the survival kit and bring it around into the location where I need it to be. Then I can use weld pads in order to connect the survival kit to the rover. And then from there, I should be able to go ahead, load up the rover with any of the remaining stuff that I have, and take it off to the new location that we're going to essentially call home. So the first thing that I really need to do is let's empty out what we picked up. Awesome. That should be enough iron ore, and then eventually enough iron ingots to kind of get us started. And then from there, we should... Oh, good, you're making the water. Awesome. That's going to be the other thing, is essentially peeling this off So, how would I do that? No, I wouldn't do that. I was thinking about what I could do is try and get it connected to the back here on its side and lengthwise or flat. Basically running the length, running like this instead of like this. But I don't want to have to deal with the bullshit that entails. What is that drone? That's Ember. Okay. So let's look at getting the custom turret controller on here. I want you. Do a little bit more. Yeah, we'll put that there. See about making the parts that I need. And then awesome. Then we'll go ahead and see about finding a mounting point for it that will work. Actually, TC crane. Okay, so what I need, actually right on top should be just fine. Hey, what's up, Alfarius? How you doing, buddy? That one, thank you. That is a goodly amount of iron to start off with, too. Ah. There we go. No, okay. So I think our best location for where I want to put this. Yeah, that's true. Temperatures are a little nuts lately. But, you know, as I look back on things, I realize it's always been like that. Like, that's the funny thing, is that we're acting like this summer is just so hot. It's like, but last summer was so hot. And the one before that was so hot. Like, that's just summer. It's like every year we complain about it a little bit more. Like, I didn't know it could get this hot. I don't know. I don't mind summer too much. It's not my favorite time of year, but it ain't too bad. That's true. Also, that is fair. Hating summer. I mean, for everybody has their particular season. All right. Too far. Get that part. Okay, there we go. Okay, you are R3D. CTC rotor. You are R3D CTC hinge. I do love winter, especially when it snows. Now, unfortunately, I live in a state where it very infrequently snows, and when it does, the entire state fucking panics. So there's that. All right, I need to assign elevation rotor is hinge, azimuth is rotor. Yeah, now they all freak out. It's absolutely hilarious. Okay. Ah, there we go. This might just work. Okay, next up. I need do piston and piston. There we go. Get all that stuff made. And then hopefully that should give me enough extension. And then what I'm probably going to do is go ahead and put a rotor on the end, so that way I can rotate the mag plate however I need to orient the survival kit just right and get it into its location. Nope, I have to go up this way. Oh, come on. There we are. Yep. Well, we fortunately had some rain last night, so that's helped kind of cool things down a little bit. That's not what I wanted. There we go. 3D piston 1. Our 3D piston 2. And that's fair. Like, when your weather is usually one way and then all of a sudden it's not, that does constitute as a little bit different and a little bit worrisome sometimes. Like, why are we like this? Okay, I need 1. Here, reverse, and then okay. Awesome. That's all right. Eventually things will go back to normal. True. For me, I definitely like the fall. So, you know, like October and November are kind of like my two favorite months there. And honestly, what I like most about autumn months is specifically the pictures that come out of the Northeast, the New England area, Delaware, Maine, those sorts of areas. Primarily because of the fact that they wind up looking just so beautiful. That's okay, yeah. I like the cold though. I was born in Colorado, so being cold it feels good, and especially as I've gotten older and I've gotten bigger. The bigger I get, the more I appreciate the cold. Wow, can't talk today. All right, we are gonna start stripping this down, and I need to get this ready to be pulled out. There you go. Nice mug of spiced coffee will work sometimes for that. Nope, nope, nope. None of that. Hey, what's up, Edgar? How you doing? Probably, yeah, let's get rid of this. Get everything out of here that I'm going to need. Everything else gets dropped off. That would be great, but right now, I don't have the resources. I legitimately don't. Hence why I'm also doing part of this move so that I can get a proper location for a base. Eventually that'll be in the plans. So if I haven't explained it yet, this particular, I do not have abiotic factor. It's on my wish list, but I don't have it. Okay, I should be able to disconnect that. Oh, I can disconnect it, but I can't necessarily pull it out yet. Okay, I need to grind more of this down. That's fair. Yeah, I really do need to come up with more stuff for people to spend their currencies on. Okay, need to get this out of there. Oh, is that all? Let's drop off this stuff. Dang you. Food good. No, that's true. That is absolutely true. Off that. Apparently it's a lot for pixels as well. Let's see. There's always that one person who's got to show up and be like, look, I have the bigger dick. By the way, hey, Brockstar, how you doing? I believe to a certain point, Space Engineers is crossplay. Okay. Should be about all I need. Now for the weld pads. Jesus. Uh-oh. Who's announcing what? Ooh. Conveyor sorters are now being released for Space Engineers 2. Big Dick Star, there you go. But wait. Are you the Michelle Big Dick Star or the Obama Big Dick Star? Because there seems to be a bone of contention there, pun intended. Oh man. Okay. Let's see, what else do I want to try? I might just leave this gutted here for now. But let's get up here. Finish this off. Oh, I don't have my steel plates. Where are my steel plates? There they are. Okay. Let's drop these. Now, one of the things that I'm going to have to be aware of is... Actually, no, I don't, because it doesn't matter. They're both big, or I should say, large conveyor connectors on either side of the small grid survival kit, so it really doesn't matter. Oh, I need construction components. Okay, that's cool. And then the last bit of ingredients that I'm going to need for this is to get the... Let's do a blast door block here. A rotor. There they are. Dude. And then we'll get a mag plate put on there, and that should hopefully allow us to get everything attached and moved and ready to go. God, I hope. I really do hope. This is one of those that I'm just kind of winging it and hoping for the best. And we'll see how it goes. Okay, and then mag plate. Damn. What? I have a good feeling about this. I think this will work great. Go. I just need, what do I need for you? Not you guys. Steel plate. Okay. Let it build everything that we need, and then we can move on. Now, I do have a rough estimate as to where an ice lake is. In fact, it's where we lost our second rover at. So we're going to try and get out that direction. Okay, you are R3D end rotor. You are R3D mag plate. I'm going to set your auto lock off. As I want to be able to control that directly. Okay. I think it'll be a better idea to come up alongside of this. Like that. And what I want to do is see about that is not quite long enough. Okay. Yeah, that's probably, if I don't build directly on the ice lake, I will build near it. Only so that way I have a good foundation for lots and lots of fuel. Okay, that's annoying. Come on. Still not quite close enough. But maybe it doesn't need to be. Maybe what I can do instead is do rotor lock on off and reverse. Yeah, basically. And then you will be switch lock. Okay. So much red around. Frightening amount of red. What if, first of all, I drop us down just a little bit. Absolutely. Okay. I know what I'll do. Let's increase your strength to like 20. That was a bit much, but that kind of got us what I was after. Next up. Awesome. That is... Okay, I might just... Ah, damn it. Don't have my jetpack. Turn auto lock on. Out of the way, wheels. Aha. Yes. Okay. Bring this in. I really need to turn that down. This is a little fast. Let's do like 2. Same for there. Oh, okay. One end is not. It's a good thing I decided. Okay, let's turn that on. Give our rotor here. End rotor. We'll give you a speed of 0.5. Let's reverse that. Okay, now this is where it's going to get a little interesting. Oops. There we go. Okay. Need... Make sure everybody's dropped down equally. And I want to get back onto a stable surface. We are going to do this, though. How stupid. Okay, like if I had to bitch about one change, it's the camera and how it reacts to subgrids. That is a little annoying. Okay. You. This I need. Okay. There we go. Awesome. That actually might be perfect. Yeah, okay. That might just work out. So we're going to lift this up. Ah, out of my way. I need, whoops, I already had it. I need you there. Awesome. And then I need you there. Damn it. Get that one computer made. God, that took forever. There we go. Yes. Yes. We did it. We now have the survival kit attached to our rover. Hell yes. Was awesome. Set you to auto lock on off. All right. Clean that up. That's in the way. Let us that. Just give this a little bit of top protection. And then I could probably snug on an O2H2 generator on the front there. That way we would have a little extra capability. Not that I really need any H2 right now. Okay. The next thing that we need to do is let's start. Actually, let's drop off that. Start moving stuff out of our base here. Take the gravel with us because we need it for the foods. And there we go. Is there anything here? I mean, I could probably go ahead and just break this all down. At least take the thrusters with. Well, take their scrap with, I should say. And that should be good. Go ahead and run this through here. And I don't need all three on me. There we go. Awesome. Well, there we go. That actually went a lot better than I thought it was going to go. Like I had the general idea in mind. I just didn't realize it was not going to be harder than I had anticipated. I like it when a plan comes together and then also works and doesn't end in me crying in the corner. That's kind of the key part of a good plan. Doesn't necessarily mean it's an absolute must. Like, for a plan to be good, it does not necessarily mean I don't wind up crying in the corner. If it works, it works. And Almost done with this. Alrighty. I'm actually kind of glad, though, I didn't build a battery on here. It would kind of suck to leave it behind. Untapped power and all that. All right. Go ahead and lock that off. Okay. And here we go. Now, the place that I'm looking to go is out this way, quite a ways. We've been out here previously. This is where the second rover wound up getting basically bifurcated by my own stupidity. This time around, though, we do have a better rover design. It seems to be handling the slightly rougher terrain a little bit better, which is always a plus. The other nice thing is the fact that we've also got quite a bit of material to work with. So getting up and running again shouldn't be too bad. But we'll see. Oh, from that territory defense station. Let's see if we can get a little bit farther away from it. Should be a little bit better. Next one that we're going to have to worry about is that Ember's supply cache out there. Let's see. I really should have just stuck with assertive, I think, instead of doing like all of them. I think that's my biggest issue, is that I tend to overburden myself with dumb ideas. Okay. Before I go traipsing down here, let's see. Okay. That is a rough one. I don't see that it gets any better anywhere else. Maybe a little bit farther ahead. Might have to try that way. Okay, that should be good. That's why I'm always more than happy to put my friction controls on my bar. Oof. Come on. I hate this terrain so much. I think I might have to enable the not so smooth voxels, because I hope this is something that they fix and Space Engineers do so bad. Is this really shitty terrain? These random potholes and tiny ravines and whatnot that are large enough to fit a base inside of. Okay, here we go. Back up and running again. Okay, what's the something interesting that it does? And hey, what's up, Silent Drift? How you doing, buddy? I mean, so scared. I ate just fine, thank you. How ate you? I'm good though. How you doing today? Actually had a nice bowl of cereal and nursing a cup of coffee. All right. That may not be one of your mods. If you changed the amount that your cargo can carry, like you changed your cargo volume amount, it also affects hydrogen and oxygen tanks. So if you went from like realistic, then it may be, you know, up at like 3 times or 10 times. Oh shit. Awesome. It is amazing though when you finally get an upgrade to your computer and you're like, oh my God, there's this whole other world that I've been missing. So yeah, totally get it. That's how I felt when I finally got a chance to upgrade my video card. That feeling of, wow. Ooh, that is a good feeling. Yeah, I should be live tomorrow. Live Monday through Friday, so. Now, obviously, I can't promise that I will be because, you know, life happens. But other than that, I should be around. All right. Getting a little close to that supply cache, although we should be fine. Oh, absolutely, 100%. It is amazing how much different a game can look. Probably not, Edgar. Like, I don't generally, like... I don't do a lot of multiplayer these days. But we'll see. Nice. Honestly, having 2 monitors is even better. There's just something really, really nice about having a second monitor. That's true, Hollows. That's true. Sure. Yeah. Now I've actually reached a point where I almost exclusively have to have 3, only because of the fact that when I'm streaming, I have to have so much information up and available that 2 monitors just wasn't enough. Because I have my main monitor for the game, obviously. Got to play the game that I'm streaming. Generally. But then I've also got 2 side ones. One so that I can actually watch and monitor all of the streaming stuff itself, chat, my audio levels, the actual video that's going out, that sort of thing. And then I also have the 3rd monitor, which is then additional stuff. Discord, any additional streaming information. Sometimes stuff that people send me, that sort of a thing. So it's one of those that, depending on what you do, you may wind up with more monitors than sense. And then I've seen Coffee and his multi-monitor setup. He's got, I don't know, like 13 of them or something like that. I exaggerate slightly, but he does have a ridiculous number of monitors. And it's like, that is the level of monitor mayhem that I aspire to. Okay, I feel like I may have missed part of where I was needing to go to, but that's okay, because this is now us exploring, and I like exploring. Oop, not exploring that. You know what? Screw this. I'm all for a challenge, but sometimes there's too much challenge. I wish. Okay, we need to do something though. We need to add a mod. Actually, I've seen a couple of setups for flight sims that people have, where they have like full surround screens, and actually, what they have are panels, reflective panels for projectors. There was one that I saw that utilized a 3 projector system on a curved surface that surrounded his location. And so that way, all the way around him, he had this beautiful panorama of the game. And it looked absolutely amazing. All right, mods. Let's see. I did not add. Not so smooth. There we go. The other thing that I am always jealous of are the ones that also have the custom flight controller console setup, where they've got like a custom seat. They've got then the actual set of consoles where they put in tablets and whatnot for touch controls. I have not, but I imagine it is of the nuts. As oftentimes, when you have more sense than brains, you do create, well, no, wait, less sense. No, either way, it doesn't work. But when you're batshit insane and you have more talent than brains, maybe, I don't know. Shut up, Hollows. Just shut up. What you want, Smudge? Oh yeah. WoW is what I do. Almost there. It's actually almost a little bit late today for stream. Only because of the fact that I was sitting there watching YouTube shorts. Ooh, good lord. Blowing oneself up for a game, not always the best idea. Oh yeah, that is a little bit better. Okay, I can work with that. It really is. Like, I absolutely understand why people get stuck in TikTok land for like 2 or 3 hours where they're just scrolling through. However, recently, the past week or so, yeah, thank God I don't do TikTok. But the past week or so, I've been getting the shorts about Roman engineering. And let me tell you, They were really, really close to just about hitting the steam age. Like properly hitting the steam age. If they had lasted, like if Carthage, the city itself, had lasted another, I don't know, 20 years, it could have brought about the steam age way sooner than it did. Who the hell are Supreme Infiltration? Oh, good guys-ish, I hope. Yeah, so essentially the city of Carthage, the ancient Carthaginian city, actually utilized in a lot of their bath houses steam pipes in order to ensure that they were maintained at a specific... That's not armed. Well, I mean, it has an arm, but it is not itself armed. This is a trying to find a new base vehicle. But yeah, the Carthage itself was renowned for the bathhouses that it had, and they had a massive underground complex of chambers that were specifically designed for steam furnaces. So that way they could go ahead and pipe heat through the bathhouse itself to not only heat up the water, but also the rooms themselves. And then they had external vents so that they could then vent out the residual steam. So they were actually really, really close to being able to utilize steam as more than just a method for heating their environment, but also for power. They also used a lot of water wheels, and they had an incredible amount of understanding of things like the Archimedes screw, which is a regular screw like you'd expect, but they could use it to bring up, they would use it to pump water out of the aqueducts as they were mining them, or any other location where they needed to pipe stuff out or pump stuff out. Yeah, honestly, when Carthage was sacked, we lost probably centuries worth of technology, and in some cases never recovered it either. The Carthaginians and the Romans in general, their ability to construct stuff was absolutely unmatched until almost more modern times. And even then, some of the stuff that we're able to construct just doesn't even compare. Like, we're good, but we lack the discipline that they used to have. Now, granted, a lot of what they built was also off of slave labor, so there's that little caveat. But just like we have the Army Corps of Engineers here in the United States, a lot of their soldiers and veterans were also engineers as well. Well, Atlantis is still debatable as to whether or not that was a real city. I imagine if Atlantis was real, it was a coastal city or an island city that succumbed to, most likely, like a tsunami or something like that. But I don't think it was quite as advanced as everybody would like to believe it was.
Inventory full.
Like it was a city of superhumans and whatnot. Well, and the funny thing is, from what I understand, from what I've seen, the idea of Atlantis was actually first introduced in one of the Greek tragedies. I think either by Homer or Archimedes, one of those guys from back then. So the idea of Atlantis was not originally documented as information that was being passed on, but more so as a location that was talked about in a book, in a fictional book.
Inventory full.
Where am I? There we go. Jesus. Somehow this idiot got stuck inside of a tiny boulder. Gotcha. What I find funny, though, is that, of course, the rest of the world went, well, obviously it has to be a city under the ocean. That makes a lot of sense, actually. It's kind of like how when I'm playing Dune Awakening and I'm, ooh, no, nope. Oh, we're just gonna have to fucking ride this out. Oh. 3. What did I lose? What did I fucking lose? Well, shit. Cargo, batteries, everything. We're basically screwed. Exit the main menu, save changes before quitting. No, we're actually going to go ahead and save scum this. I don't care. There's no way in hell I'm going to sit there and just completely lose that many hours of yeah, no. Not going to happen. Because those are 5x5s. The other thing I really need is to actually, well, part of the issue was I could use a little less friction on the wheels. I probably could have used a couple more gyros for rotational power. But the other thing is that every time I have made a rover so far with a lower ride height, it gets high centered on the craggy bits of terrain. 4 wheels is typically fine. The way that I've got it set up is I've actually got the front wheels set a little bit higher up than the back wheels. So it naturally leans forward, which does make it a little more stable. In this particular case, what was screwing me up is I was trying to go downhill. I had too much friction on my tires, so they kept catching on the terrain when I would go sideways and not sliding down naturally like they should. The extra gyros would have made it a little bit easier to control it midair when I had lost control, but unfortunately, I just didn't have that. And then, of course, with the additional weight, it makes it harder as well. So all in all, it's not a bad vehicle. It's a good design. I've used it a lot before. It's just in this particular case, there were a lot of little mistakes. Technically, a hovercraft might have worked better, but it's hard to say with 100% certainty. But that's okay. I am not above pulling some save scum bullshit just so I can save a run. Because there's already so many other aspects of this that are, you're always going to have to deal with slide. That's kind of the point. Like, the only thing that would be better all around is just to have a flying ship. End of discussion. Well, what's the fun? If you're always doing the thing that's going to be the easiest, then why bother? What would be nice is to not be in all these damn mountains. Geez, thanks, Hollows. You just absolutely love reminding me of all of my failures. What's over here? Now, I could try and make my way up to these mountains. I guess, yeah, technically you could be considered one of my mistakes. I blame the guys and outlaws for that, though. I actually kind of want to go more south than north. Because we were both in outlaws when we met, and they were the ones that I wound up befriending on GTA, so I blame them. Okay. Oh yeah, good old GTA. Oh, I thank them all the time. I thank them for constantly ruining my life. And I think we're getting close to somewhere useful. Oh. Too fast, too fast. Okay. Why is there so much of this shitty terrain? What the hell? I am just constantly stuck in the worst possible locations that this game has available. It's like, oh, hey, you want to get down to somewhere useful? Yeah, sorry. No. Okay, water. The only thing I could really do at this point is try and full send it off of a cliff and hope that I can land on my wheels. And not break everything off. Oh, this is looking promising. Are you Monarch Transport? Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, it's all this. It's all the craggly bits, the deep lines that wind up in the tiny deep lines that wind up in the terrain that are the most annoying. I guess those are supposed to mimic like the striations that you see in a lot of terrain and whatnot. Um, it looks like if I go up this way and then down a little ways, I might be able to kind of come around. We'll see. Again, I really hope that the terrain for Space Engineers 2 is better. And it's more interesting and a little bit more fun than this. Because this just feels like pain and torture for no reason. This is going to be a little awkward. Actually, I should soften my suspension a little bit. That might help. That would be cool. Okay. Yeah, I'm way farther north than I wanted to be. But this might just work out. Yes, that's true. But then again, sometimes the difficulty is part of the fun, even if it's ridiculously frustrating. Oh God, like this. All right. This is also why I went ahead and used the 5x5 wheels. I don't mind sliding into a radioactive hole. I've already done that a couple of times in my life, if you know what I mean. But beyond that, it would be interesting comparatively. It would be something new, and I like the idea of something new. All right. I think we're doing okay now. Yeah, here we go. Excellent. So it's a little bit more of a roundabout way, but I think we might be better off. At least we're not flipping down a hill destroying stuff. Let's go ahead and save just in case. Quite literally. Now, this is also where I hope they work on suspensions. Because part of the problem is that the suspension in this game is a little stiff, even when it's not, if that makes sense. Like, it comes across as incredibly harsh, even when it should have a lot more give to the suspension itself. That is a tree. Okay. So like as wheels come across certain bumps and whatnot, instead of there being a lot more give in the suspension's vertical movement, the suspension will oftentimes be incredibly rigid and just slam against whatever it is. So hopefully that's something that they can make better in Space Engineers 2. But so far, so good. Try and head a little more south, if at all possible. May stop off here for a second. And then see what's over here. Yeah, it looks like it's just Tactical Alert and Vanguard. Oh, that's got a full-size turret. Okay. That's got 2 full-size turrets. Good Lord. And then an internal turret there. Here we are. Like just a straight up bunker. Ooh, rocket launcher. I will take that. Oh, better tools. Food packet. Thank you. More food. Some water would be nice, but, you know, I won't complain too much. Gatling ammo, we'll take that. What else you got for me? Ooh. Yes, please. Let's drop this crap off. Also drop that off. Oh, I don't want the connector. I want the container. And that's 2. 1. There we go. Oh, there we go. Free awesome tools. Character tools. Dude, there. Next up. I also really like the design of this bunker. It's actually pretty cool. Unloading this. Was I not? Oh, I know why. Because the oh, whoops. Whoops. Further proof that my jetpack is useless. Just took me right back downstairs. But the power cells here are actually going to be super useful because that'll help with building a battery on the base, on the new base, should we find one, at basically a steel. Let's make sure. Of course, there's also no telling what else is. Oh, even more power cells. This is fantastic. Then, boop. This was a good find. Grab the last little bit, plus the explosives. Awesome. Excellent. Okay, let's get out of here. And actually, I'm going to take a quick AFK. And then we'll be ready to get going. Drop that. Make some water or drink some water. Okay, I'll be back in just a second. Let's get back to work. Where are you? Oh, you're ahead of us. We'll actually give that a little bit of a time to go ahead. Production. I should be able to do some water here. Perfect. Okay. So we're actually doing pretty good on our supplies. Good stuff. Increase our suspension strength. Continue along our happy trail. We're attempting to go a little bit more south this time around. We have been kind of going north, and you can tell if you're going north or south by if there's starting to get more snow on the mountains. That typically means that you're heading towards the North or South Pole. And then if you are heading more towards where it's starting to get more sandy, that means you're heading towards the equator. Now, whether you're going specifically north or specifically south, in terms of the poles, it's a little harder to say. but at the very least, having a sense of direction is always a nice thing. Don't want to climb up that guy's butt too much, because then that creates an issue where he gets all quite literally butt hurt. Okay, cool. Just gonna let him go ahead of. Ooh, is that a rock over there? What's over here? What, silicon? Or no, nickel. Okay. I guess we can grab some of that. We are. We'll grab maybe like a load.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Yeah, that should be good. We'll grab a little bit more. There we go. Okay, time to continue on. I would like to find, like I said, I would like to get us to an ice lake if at all possible. Only because with the ice lake, we then have access to unlimited water. And that's kind of my big defining thing. We'll also hopefully be near a lot of ground like this, because I still have to worry about making food and water, since we are playing a survival mod. At least it's not nearly as harsh as daily needs. Daily needs can be kind of a bitch. Ooh, and that is more iron over there. Oh damn, oh damn, oh damn. Okay, we're good. We are also going to stop for this one. Plus, it gives that ship enough time to, like, get ahead of us. Drop off the stone. Goodbye. Drop off more stone.
Inventory full.
Oh, by the way, if you guys are interested, Star Rupture has actually extended its free open single player playtest. So if you guys are interested in playing that, you can go check out Star Rupture on Steam. Just sign up for it. You're good to go. Hey, what's up, Dots? From what I understand, the playtest will be going on until August 4th. So, yeah, no worries. I'm always happy with lurkers. You guys are always welcome to come in and hang out and just be quiet, chill. Nice. Ice is nice. What are you grinning about, Goober? I always know you're there. There's always this massive disturbance in the force. It's sort of like how you know when an orange cat is around. There's this sort of ripple of negative energy of you're about to die that just kind of clouds around the area. Let's see if we can... And that is a lot of ice. But hey, you know, sometimes you need a lot of ice. All right, we have escaped that valley. Now we can find our way into another valley. are you? Nickel? Nickel. Called it. Let's see. Awesome. Yeah, that's more the direction I wanted to go in. Okay. Yeah, I need to get down into that section of terrain. Let's go forward a little bit more. There might be a slightly smoother part, although I doubt it. Oh, actually, this might be... Nice. It is nice to have a save where you can just sit there and keep playing on it for a really long time. I know every once in a while I go back and I revisit my tunnel save. Might. This is going to be... Nope, 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 nope. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, that shouldn't be too bad. I say naively. Nope, nope, nope. We'll score. We made it. All righty. We are, however, going a little fast. Hey, what's up, Spectre? All righty. Now to try and find that damn ice lake that I've seen a couple of times. But hell yeah. That was a little bit faster than I would have liked, but we made it. And again, there you go. Oh no, oh no, oh, fuck it, write it out, write it out. That's true. Okay. What is with this damn terrain? It's like every single location that can have a fucking ravine has one. Gotcha. And that's a good way to do it. Do a little bit here, a little bit there, tinker with some stuff, make it more of a hobby sort of thing, and rather than an all-out, I have to do everything all the time. And that can really help overall with maintaining a longer bit of enjoyment out of your gameplay sessions. I know that's sometimes advice that I should be taking myself. But I'm dumb, so that's my excuse. What do we have here? This is a little bit better. Not by much, though. Let's come down here. Ah, there you go. And I totally get that feeling. That's why I've been switching around to other games periodically, is just do a flip. Hell no. There's no way I'm doing a flip in this. I already did one earlier. It did not end well. I did a flip and a barrel roll. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Hollows. Let's see. Let's keep going this way. And things unrelated to space engineers that are really cool. So I have this recipe for slow cooking up chicken breast and then, shredding it. And that is such a close signal too. But one of the problems that, is an issue is the actual shredding of the chicken. Now, there's been a couple of solutions we've come across. The first is obviously just using a pair of forks and shredding up the chicken that way, which generally works. The second solution was something that my sister had come across. Ooh. Why are you? Nope. Yes, the hand mixer, which works out incredibly well. It is surprising how well it works out. It does actually shred up the chicken incredibly fine. Does a great job. No, stop following me. There's no hostile entity. You're approaching me. I'm running away. I might be okay, because if these are the patrol drones that attack the base, then they might not actually have any weapons on them. And I might just luck out. But anyway, so the hand mixer works really well. However, my mom went ahead and she got this contraption that we all saw a long while ago that is basically, it has this base tray, if you will. It's got a round circular sort of hole, if you will, or plate with a bunch of plastic spikes that stick up. And you shove your chicken on it. And then it's got a lid that you put on top that's got two handles. And then the lid also has a bunch of plastic spikes that go down. So you jam the chicken on there, then you jam the lid on there, and then you use the two handles to start spinning it around. And what happens is the chicken gets caught between those spikes and it starts shredding it up, and it shreds it super fine, really quick, with very little effort. And is also a lot of fun to use. Oh, gotcha. But it's like super easy to use, a lot of fun, and in general is a worthwhile utility if you do a lot of shredded chicken, which we do. It probably would also work with other types of shredded meat as well. No, I'm not being shot at. Currently about 250 meters away from me, 260 meters behind me. No, they're not shooting. They're above me, though. Above and behind. I think we're just going to have to go up this hill. Yeah. Honestly, Hollows, I wouldn't put that past you. You are a stalker. Oh, come on, get up this hill. Get up this hill. It's like... I am A-okay with this. Some mistakes are good mistakes. Honestly, that one was on you, Hollows. That is totally on you. I need... no regrets. If the little bastards didn't fly around so fast, I could potentially use the rocket launcher that I have to take it out. But unfortunately, the rockets aren't guided, and they move around really fast. Oh shit, look at that ice lake. This is a good day. This is a blessed day. All right, well, now that we found the ice lake, this game's done. Thanks to everybody for watching. This is the last day I'm ever streaming. All right. Now comes the fun part. I mean, it was all fun, but this is a little more fun. Ooh, 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 ooh. Well, I'm glad they don't. Which I imagine, of course, annoys a lot of people because they're like, oh, but I want to watch crews fail. That's not fun when crews is succeeding. We want to watch him get blown up. There we go. Let's see. I want... ooh. No, I am not going to be Capac. There's already a Capac. We don't need a second one. I think what we'll do, though, is we'll come out here. Kind of like this spot here. I think this could be a good base. So where is... that's the rocket. That's a rocket. That is a rocket launcher. Thanks, Dots. Get rid of that. Character weapons. Nailed it. Holy crap. Holy shit, Matt. How you doing, buddy? That was awesome. There's nothing left but this. Holy crap. First of all, can't believe I hit it. Second of all, can't believe I hit it. Awesome. Is that patrol drone? Is that patrol drone going to come all the way out here? So help me God if it does. Nope, I think we're good. Okay. All right. GPS. Oh. So I think this is where I'm going to go ahead and set up our base. This looks like a good spot for it. I need... Where'd that water go? Here it is. Drop that off. Awesome. Let's bring this around. Okay. So, what I am thinking about is that I want to do above ground buildings, and I want to do kind of a bunch of them. As long as you guys stay out there, I'm fine. There are a lot of drones around. So let's save this. What time is it? Okay. I'm going to take another quick AFK. What? Oh, I see. They're going after that military watchtower. Which I have a feeling that watchtower is going to take out that drone. Oh, hey, thank you for the resubscription there, Matt. Much appreciated. But yeah, I'm going to go make myself something to eat real quick. Shouldn't take too long. And okay. That actually, yeah, and you know, it's funny. I was mentioning this yesterday because I was looking at the control panel for content, and one of the things that popped up was this little blurb on the side of the control panel as a reminder to, you know, mention to people, hey, go ahead and use your Prime subs on this stream, that sort of thing. And I'm like, so basically what you're telling me to do is to find some clever and tactful way of telling people to give you more money. Well, and also to give me money too. I mean, there's that. But it's like, go ahead and make sure that you tell people, use your Prime subs. And it's like, okay, whatever. Like, it's a weird sort of advertising tactic, but I get it. Oh, wow. That is kind of weird, though. But I guess in a way, it sort of makes sense as a security feature. So, but anyway, T-brake this. Faded that. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go run a 1 minute break or 1 minute ad break while I go grab some food. So that way you guys aren't missing anything while I'm away. And then when I get back, we'll go ahead and see about starting the base up, kind of getting an idea. I have an idea in mind as to what I want it to look like. So we have something there. We'll just see if we can actually get to that. So I will be back in a few. I'm going to sit here in this nice cockpit, and I shall be back. Okay, and we're back. And no, it's not Chick-fil-A. Kidding, Chick-fil-A is expensive. Also, Chick-fil-A flavored tea. I don't know, like, is it flavored like the brine or is it flavored like the chicken? I think that's really the question there. Anyway, let's get back on track here. So actually, before I get too deep into those weeds, what I'm proposing as an idea here, do I have it? Okay. I'm going to see if I have it here. I don't have it. On Windows 10, I used to have it. Windows 11, I don't have the little bar that I used to. Let's see. What am I looking for? Tools. No. There used to be a little drawing program. I don't seem to have it. Guess we'll just have to go with paint. That's true. And that is also fair. It is amazing how that happens over a period of time. New properties. Let's go with 2048 by 1024. Okay. That's realistically terrible. Okay. It really does. It's amazing how long you wind up knowing people and not realizing it. Like, I've known Hollows for years now. And yet sometimes with the abuse, it feels like it was just yesterday. Yes. Well, it's because tomorrow seems a lot closer than it used to. I think that's really what it is. It used to be that when you were a kid, tomorrow felt like it was so far away. And now tomorrow is just another work day away. You know, my tablet here. Okay, so let me bring this up and grab my drawing surface. Main screen this. Okay, so what I am thinking about doing for the base. Let's see if I can actually work this out. Oh shoot, I just realized I don't have my Wacom stuff installed. Huh. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to use this correctly. All right, it's not going to work then. We'll have to just try this with a mouse. I'll worry about that because I haven't needed to use it. But that's okay. We'll make it work. All right, so the basic idea is such that I will have, where's the line? Here we are. We'll just go ahead and use, yep, that works. Okay. but I want it to be a series of sort of A-frames like this. No, they're not going to be Minecraft boobs, you goober. And yeah. Okay, and then this will come down here like so. And we've got this here. Ish, yep. Okay, and then still black. Okay. Should be able to use this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So essentially this will be one of the ribs that will go into the base, and it will extend back several of them. But this is the general sort of design that I want to go with. So that way I have a long base for the main base, but it will be A-framed. And it will have raised portions, and then it will have sunken portions. Is kind of the direction I want to go with this. So, angled armor indeed. Don't save. And let's eat some food in real life and in game. Okay. I know, right? And yet it works so well. So I need some of that. I am going to need a little bit more of that. Oh, interesting. So if I pick up sand, okay. Interesting. Yes, give me some of that. How much iron do I have available to me? I have a whole bunch there. And then I have 12,000. I'm glad I brought, or at least had some refined before I left. Let's also grab some. Oh, I do have some of those. Cool. I am probably going to want more of you then. And we'll go ahead and get this started. So as far as the size of the base, one, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that should be suitable. Because again, I can fall back on the 3x3 floor panels if I really, really need to. And in this particular case, just for the sake of getting it built quickly and efficiently, I think I am going to go ahead and do that. So I can go ahead and knock out a bunch of these pretty cheaply. But let's use... Ooh, a little bit of thunder out there. In real life, not in game. All right, that should be a good section. That's 1, 2 of those surrounded, so I could do like another 1 and 2. Actually, no. I want to... Let's get one section kind of done up first, and then I can figure it out. It's good stuff. Okay. What I should do is let's make this the sides too wide, like your mom. And sorry, it was right there. All right, let's grab some more. Probably gonna need a lot more of that. But this should be good for the base, and I should be able to get some kind of thick walls out of it. Ha! That's not even the rudest I've ever been. You should know. Let's go ahead. Yeah, but if you already know what my rudest is like, then being regular rude is just normal. And then hardly worth commenting on. That's true. There we go. That's yeah, that's fair. You definitely do what you want. All right, let's go ahead and bring these in like that. We are. And awesome. And I should yeah, there we go. This is working out. You there, put a couple of them here. And I want to stick, for now, I'm going to stick a battery in this corner. And actually, I'm going to do one of the warfare batteries there. Then I can do the basic assembler here. Basic refinery there. And then I'll do a cargo container there. And that should wind up giving us what we need to get back up and running. Aside from a proper power source, obviously. For that, though, I should be able to go ahead and do a wind turbine pretty easily, or several. Hey, how you doing, Jord? There we go. Not too bad at all. Thank you for asking. Just trying to get the base up and running. Uh-oh. Okay, let's grab what I could do here as well. So we do have ramps that I almost never use. There we go. That should be just wide enough. Yeah, just wide enough to get this up here. Perfect. Excellent. So, step number 2. More. I have a feeling I am going to go through a lot of my iron here. Although, really, the biggest thing I need to do is just make sure that I have... Very funny. I see what you did there. That was funny. You are smart, man, Mr. Matt. But also never again. Okay, let's go ahead and get this done up. Perfect. And should, if I do this right, this part I'm definitely doing right. Okay. At least for the time being. Whoops. And then I can get that one going. That one going. What I might even be able to do, there. Perfect. That will make it a lot easier to get up and down, so that way I can... Oh, I should have done that to begin with. Now that I'm thinking about it, is using the ramps, but instead of using them lengthwise, use them height-wise, because you can still climb up that pretty easily. And because they only take one interior plate, which is cheaper than a steel plate, it would be a lot easier to make the spiral pattern going up to get up to the top of wherever I need to. So yeah. Oh, they're absolutely weaker. But if I'm not getting attacked right away, that's not my biggest concern. My biggest concern is being able to get up to the location to actually do the welding and construction. Because at that point, HP doesn't matter. It's power. Besides, it's going to be framed anyway, because I'm not going to have enough steel plates to weld up the tower. There we go. So at least to get started, that would be the best way to do it. Is that? And there we go. This is a much better situation than previously. Because I already have some of the power cells, thanks to that base we went across, or that we came across, I should say. Thought I had more than that. Oh well. Let's go ahead and let's get our assembler going next. And while it's doing that, okay. Oh, we know so nice once we actually get this upgraded to a proper like assembler and refinery though. So many computers. Always wind up needing all the computers. But with the ice lake right here, and actually this is a really nice location to be in because we are super close to the ice lake. We have it all around us, fortunately. But then on top of that, we've got this good area of land. Honestly, the biggest thing for me is just making sure that I have the basics. And since I'm not, hey, what's up, Grumpy? Since I'm not utilizing hydrogen at the moment on account of the fact that my jetpack is useless, I don't have to worry about it as much. My biggest thing is water and food. Which, fortunately, with the ice will be super helpful. Okay, now I need to grab... Let's see, what am I needing to grab? Nickel, silicon, and that. refinery. I'm wondering, this is unrelated to space engineers, but with how fine the shredded chicken is from last night, I'm wondering if I can use that to make meatballs. I probably could. And I bet it would taste amazing. No, I'm not making chicken tea. I know I've made some really weird stuff in my days, especially when absolutely baked out of my gourd. But chicken tea is just not something that even I would find appetizing. Yay, we're almost there. We're almost back up and running. And there we go. Boot. Awesome. Okay, now I can go ahead and take the nickel. Yes, cargo will absolutely be next. We're actually a little lucky here today where I live. We're having ourselves some clouds and some rain and some storms, and it's kind of nice. Helps kind of cool things down a bit. Actually, I think go. I'm gonna go run my bowl upstairs real quick. I'll be right back. Ready, and sure nobody's attacking. Awesome. Awesome. Just because I like knowing that information. Awesome. Okay. Got a lookout tower there. Oh, that's beautiful. It's also equally beautiful. And there we go. Now we have a battery on base. Battery on board. Get that started. Everybody. I batteried everybody. I even added salt. Go. Now I can actually see again. Well, once I put the glasses back on. There we go. Okay, so there's a processing plant that way. Well, that's because you're rechargeable. I actually, I have Borderlands 3, and I got maybe, I think about a quarter of the way through it, and then I got kind of bored with it. That's the way I am with a lot of it. Like, I haven't even finished. I have Borderlands 2. I have the pre-sequel. I've got to check this. Yeah, Borderlands 2, the pre-sequel, and 3. Have not beaten any of them yet. And there we go. This is a glorious day. Let's empty all this stuff out. Need that at the moment, or that. Get all of... Oh wow, I still had a lot more iron left. Cool. And on top of that, I do also have some ammunition, so I can build a turret at some point. That will be a good thing. You. So, this is something that I was thinking about the other day. There was a wonderful discussion that's actually pretty normal there, Matt. So that's, it's a high radiation thing. It's going to block signals. Also, water pipes will block Wi-Fi signals. People will block Wi-Fi signals. And yeah, like, honestly, I don't know what it was about Borderlands 3 that really just kind of turned me off to it. Let's first of all, let's see if we can find some boulders around here. There we go. That should help. Yes, I know it's ice. I believe that's a boulder over there. Let's see what boulder that is. But anyway, as I was mentioning, we had a wonderful discussion the other day about, yeah, we'll take some of that. The user interface for space engineers. And there were a couple of incredibly effervescent opinions about it.
Inventory.
One of the biggest things, of course, was that there was quite the discussion about how shit the the numbered toolbar system was, and how unholstering your weapon, or holstering your weapon, being hard-coded to 0 was a bad idea. And especially when you compare it to so many other games that are out there. And I was thinking about this after the fact, and I know specifically why they do it. Because they tied all of the other functions to the toolbar when it comes to tools. So 0 just automatically being the default for hide whatever is in your hand makes sense. However, the other thing that I was considering was the fact that I am so used to the controls, I don't think about it. And on top of that, I use an MMO mouse. And if you're not familiar with that, an MMO mouse has the number keys on the side of it, 1 through 12, I think it is. And so in my particular case, I have all of those buttons within easy reach of my thumb. They're all just right there. But if you're not using that type of a mouse, you run into the problem of having to reach across to hit the 0. Generally speaking, that's not a big deal in a game like Space Engineers, because you're generally not needing to hit that key while under fire. Like you're not usually in a situation where you have like half a second to be able to hit that key in order to save yourself for any or all reasons. But in other games, that could definitely matter. But it also got me to thinking about other scenarios where we may have a bias either towards or against a particular game for similar reasons. Like we may hate a game because of the fact that the controls that we have available to us make it harder or easier. For instance, because of your mouse, you may have a situation where you are at an advantage over most other people, because you can hit buttons faster than they can, less travel time, that sort of a thing. And then conversely, because of your mouse, you could actually be at an actual disadvantage for whatever reason. So that's always one of those things to try and consider when you're looking at the user experience of a game or any piece of software. That was one of those things. I actually do have some experience in user experience itself and designing user interfaces because of the fact that I spent probably a good 6 to 7 years doing that. There was a particular website, it was a chat site. Oh, yes, that's so true. But Helsingborg me? The hell are you talking about? What is... Oh, that's the rest of the drone. Okay. Fair enough. Wow, I had that pretty square on too. It's a good clean hit when I nailed it. I want all the scrap. What is in you? Ooh, Gatling ammo. Yeah, so they are supposed to have turrets. Okay, good to know. Glad they don't. Otherwise, this would have been a very short run. All of this. Of course, this is all scrap, but that's okay.
Inventory full.
Oh no! There we go. But yeah, so user interfaces, user experiences and whatnot, that is a difficult thing to get right. Just like the comedy in a game. I think part of the problem is that as we've gotten older, our tolerance for dumb comedy has diminished compared to like when we were younger. And forced comedy. That's the other thing, is how often games attempt to force comedy in situations where it doesn't necessarily need to be. I know there's been plenty of times where it's like a well-placed mama joke is way funnier than an elaborate setup and punchline. But then also situations where it's like, really? You made a mama joke? Really? So it is also a situational thing. Was that nickel? Yep. That's great and all, but I need iron. Let's see. Also, that is one of my biggest issues right now. Oh. Yeah. Know your audience. Yeah, you know, it is amazing how often I've seen clips pop up of old comedians like George Carlin, you know, despite his many issues, Bill Cosby, but, you know, a lot of the old greats. And their comedy was absolutely amazing and on point. You know, like Richard Pryor, Jeff Foxworthy. And a lot of it was because it was anecdotal. They were telling stories from their lives or from their personal observations that absolutely resonated. Oh, hallelujah. And it's not even that far down. Oh, this is a very good day. You are 3.18. Okay. Oops. Iron 3.2K. This absolutely changes everything. I was starting to think that I might have to go ahead and put in an ore deposit scanner somewhere. But this is going to save us a ton of time and power. So we are actually in the money. I think one of the things that I will build first is actually going to be an assembler, like a proper assembler. And then I may go ahead and work on the refinery after that. And primarily, I want to get that assembler up and running so that way I get access to the better ammunition and the better turrets. The MA turrets are actually going to be a huge godsend. This right here, this is absolutely going to save the run. This is why I like being out in the desert. It's a little bit easier to see where the ore might potentially be, because at a distance, it's a little bit harder to see the green speckles on the grass compared to the white speckles on sand.
Inventory full.
So this is definitely a hallelujah moment. For the most part, I don't want to, well, I mean, I could overload. It's not going to be that big of a deal. Well, the way I build, no, it doesn't save me any trips at all.
Inventory full.
Well, it's also a difference in the culture of the day. It's also depending on which comedians you're looking at. Because there were a lot of comics back in the day who were still making, you know, quote unquote racist jokes. Like, that isn't anything new or anything out of the ordinary. Honestly, I would actually say comedians made more racist jokes back in the day than they do today, because they're afraid of offending somebody.
Inventory full. Inventory
And actually, funnily enough, one of my favorite modern comedians right now is a puppet. Randy Feltface. Now, I don't know the name of the actual puppeteer, but the actual Felt Face character and his comedy shows are hilarious.
Inventory.
Another one that I
full.
actually enjoy as well is Matt Rife. And I love the fact that he has equal standards when it comes to his crowd work, that nobody is off limits. He'll make fun of anybody. It doesn't matter. Because that right there is the right
full.
kind of inclusion. It's like I always tell people, I'm not racist, I'm an equal opportunity bigot. Thank you. Yes, and I think that's correct, Hollows. But I make sure to let everybody know that I will happily offend everybody. I don't pick and choose. I don't have favorites. Because if I'm not offending everybody, then obviously, what's the point? Why bother? If I can't offend all of the people, I shouldn't be offending any of the people. I used to like Jeff Dunham. But after his divorce, he became very mean and angry. And his comedy stopped being as funny. Oh, yeah. Like, if you look at his specials prior to his divorce, he was a lot punchier. His jokes were a lot snappier and funny. And really just kind of, he had that spark. And then he got divorced. His characters started to get a lot more stereotypical. His jokes basically were just regurgitated jokes that everybody used. They just weren't as good. Yeah, and that's, his oldest stuff is his best stuff. I've seen some of the stuff from Fluffy. Some of his newer stuff that is still kind of funny. But again, they just got kind of bitter and angry at everything. Which is interesting when you look at other comics. Yeah, and again, like Gabriel Iglesias was a good comedian. Like he still is, but he's not quite as good as he used to be. I still like going back to some of the older stuff. Like, and I just said his name too. And I can see his face. George Carlin. I've never liked Kevin Hart. I'm going to be honest. Yes. Like Jeff's older stuff was great. But I've never really found Kevin Hart all that funny when he's trying to be. Strangely enough, his more straight man roles, he actually tends to be funnier in. Actually, let's grab that. There we go. Grab. God, then we got to empty all this out. And all this damn back and forth. Cannot wait till I get a proper connector in here. see. Like, for the longest time, when we still had one of the DVR units, we actually had 2 of Jeff Dunham's specials recorded, and they just stayed on there for years. And every once in a while, we'd go back and watch them again just because they were hilarious. But then, I think it was by his 3rd or 4th special, he just, like I said, he got mean, he got angry. He had a lot of emotion that he was trying to get out. And because of that, it made his humor a lot more dagger-like. And it wasn't quite as funny. And I think that happens to a lot of comedians when they have anything like that happen. It happens to everybody. You know, the personal stress of our lives is such that it informs the work that we do. Okay. So the next thing that I need to make is I should do a water generator. Now that I have a good source of iron, and ice, I just realized not just iron, but plenty of ice too. Okay. Almost there. It's also a shame that so many of our old celebrities and role models, if you will, turned out to be such terrible people. You know, finding out how many of them did really horrible shit in their past. I will say though, I am so glad that Mr. Rogers was still Mr. Rogers no matter what. I don't think I could have lived in a world where I found out that Mr. Rogers was some sort of horrible person. I couldn't handle that reality. That would be the worst timeline in all of existence. Because that right there would completely shatter the idea that good people exist at all. Like, I know we've got Keanu Reeves, and that's great. I love the fact that we have Keanu in the world. But if we were in a reality where Mr. Rogers was the type of person that did this sort of terrible things that so many others did, nope, I couldn't live in that world anymore. I'd be like, it's just not worth it. I love Keanu Reeves. I think he's great. And I absolutely get where you're coming from, Spectre. There's been a lot of comedians like that. God, I cannot think of names today. Rowan Atkinson, who does Mr. Bean. He's another one of those really great comedians. It's with an E, not an I. But yeah, like, okay, despite the fact that Keanu kind of has just sort of one note, maybe two if he's lucky. Keanu is actually an incredibly good person. I don't think people really realize just how good of a person he is. Because of him, many movies have been made, many jobs have been had, and he just in general is an absolutely good person, period. There aren't too many actors out there that you can say are good people. They may appear to be good people, but they're not. But Keanu, he's one of the good ones. And honestly, John Wick is a good movie anyway. The franchise is amazing. It's the kind of action star porn that everybody loves. It's dumb, it's fun, it's engaging. That's about all anybody can ask for these days. There we go. Plenty of ice. Now, I need to be able to make a water bottle. I'm guessing I won't be able to make it from this. Ah, water bottle. Huh. Awesome, yeah. How you doing, Christina? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Give me that water bottle. Stick you there. Yes. There you go. Let's see. I can get rid of that now. Was it character tools or consumables? Or... okay, I think I don't need it. Awesome. This is wonderful. I don't know. I think the idea of pentashield bases fair enough. Well, in all fairness, I am in the desert on an ice lake, so there's that. Oh yeah, absolutely. Or more organics, more food. But pentashield bases, I'm not against them. The reason why I'm not against pentashield bases is because of the fact that the PvP in Dune needs a lot of work. Yeah, definitely a beach. Life's a beach. And then you fall off. Consumables? There we go. A really nice beach. Surrounded by hard water. Okay, next up. I need to get rid of that. I need an assembler. Tech basic, regular, okay. That would be nice. Give me a nice doobie and a margarita. Hell yes. Let's move you to the back of the bus. Get our steel plate. And get that going. There we go. Okay. So we're going to get the assembler up and running, which is what I wanted to do next. And then I can take out the basic assembler, because I don't think I need it for anything afterwards. Yeah. Wait a minute. I'll answer those questions too. I ain't afeard of nothing. Probably not. Yeah, I did put out the tutorial, and specifically it was because of the fact that it was just a good time to put a tutorial out. Bank info, PayPal. Good luck. But let's see. As far as like ships that I've made previously, okay, that took me a second to figure out what the hell you were talking about. But yay! But yeah, the Pecker, I'm actually not going to remake. I'm actually looking to go more rover heavy on this one. And especially because Rathmeyer suggested that I try making an auger rover, although he was talking specifically about the provided for playthrough, but I'm going to carry that one over to here. Also, Mortibus had suggested doing a rocket and land a rover on the moon, which is going to be fun. And then, of course, Alfarius was build an atmospheric transport mining vehicle, which I do that pretty much all the time. So that's nothing explicitly new there. So we've got some options here. I can just pull it from there. I do need to find a source of silver. Specifically so that way I can get either a medical room or another survival kit made. It may be a situation where I need to start hitting up. Well, eventually I will get to a point where I can start attacking some of these locations and raiding them for components, which will be nice. I think that's also going to be one of the big ones, is just needing to find a bunch of cobalt and then making heavy armored rovers to go attack stuff. Aw. And there we go. Get this welded up. Awesome. There we go. So we now have a proper assembler. And oh, we have so much more to work with here. Let's see what we have for tools. Awesome. Weapons. Proper ammunition. Then equipment, which is basically the normal stuff. Cool. Shit, I don't care. You guys can talk about whatever the hell you want. I am more than capable of talking around the chat. See, I have this policy. You guys are more than welcome to talk about whatever you want. As long as it's not super hateful, as long as you're not being an asshole, and as long as the politics are very superficial. Because I don't generally like Well, okay. I have a terrible habit of getting deep into the weeds when it comes to dumb politics. So I try not to put myself in a situation where that'll happen. Okay. So I also want to set up. How do I want to do this? I could do. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Interior plate. I need to make some apparently. It's a good point. Take this out. Damn. What's in here? Oh, basically everything. Got it. And then, awesome. Oh, cool. Well, it doesn't take. All right, so that takes care of that wall. And what I can do here is actually look at bringing or utilizing the pipes for some of the cargo. Well, maybe. We'll see. I'll have to figure out how I want to do that. Oh, no, because eventually I'll be removing this anyway. So that's fine. This is basically just a temporary shelter anyway, so. Next up, I need it's the water tank. Okay. Yes, good old glue sticks. Another personal favorite of mine was the jars of paste that I don't know why they did this, but they tasted of mint. Why would you make your paste specifically designed to taste like mint? Like, at what point did some executive go, hey, you know what kids need? No, kids don't need that. All right, so I've got this set up. Goddamn. Let's see about maybe getting more of this in place. Production. I need some more. Yes. Oh, God, that was always so much fun. That honestly was probably like my third or fourth favorite thing to do. Another weird thing that I used to do is take the leaves off of the bushes that had the little spines on them and just kind of get them under that first or second layer of skin and then like hang them off of your fingertips. That was a lot of fun to do. Probably not good for you, but it was always fun. Let's see here. Oh, wait, I know what I need to do. Not that. The original exfoliating. Yes. Pretty much. That does actually. Now that just sounds delicious. Which is funny because I just ate. Although that really doesn't mean anything because I'm literally a black hole for food. Damn it. Let's see. Can I? Yep, got it. All right. I don't know what I'm going to do there. I just know that I am going to do something. That's not where I wanted that, but we'll make do. There we go. And I need... Yes. Uh-oh, they're coming to get me. You guys can't hear the sirens in the background. Although I think that was fire department, so I should be okay. And... No. I don't make enough money for the IRS to come after. That's true. That is so true. Like, hey, you know that cruise idiot? We should probably go pick his ass up. Okay. So I'll probably want to go a little bit taller on this. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. I'm not too worried about the output at the moment. Since I do have the battery on the base, it's not a huge thing. Fair enough, Matt. Fair enough. Let me know how that works. Thank you. But I'm trying to figure out what I could do is... Well, actually, I know exactly how I can do this. And almost there. I'm gonna have this come across like this. It is, and it's also super helpful. There are lots of situations where if you could not ascend a slope like this, you just won't ascend. Need more of this. Now, what I'm thinking I can do is possibly set up a conveyor system so that I can automatically unload the rover, the R3D, and have the conveyor be connected up top here, and either with a piston or hinge system of some sort, lower down into place. Actually, probably a rotor even wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah, that's true. There are a lot of situations, or like the half stairs that you sometimes have to deal with. That's like, you know, although I understand how bulky the suit must be. Now, what'll be a lot of fun is in Space Engineers 2 when we actually get to work more with that unified grid and actually get to make some bigger stuff. I think that'll be a lot more fun. Kind of thinking what I might do because I've got the space to do it here. So refineries are 2 by 2 by 4, 2 wide, 2 deep, 4 tall. So I could go ahead and take this section out to put in an actual refinery. I think it'll be a situation just like with this, where there will be certain parts that'll go through small grid and certain parts that'll go through large grid. Yeah, there you go. I need power. I also need to recharge this because this is getting a little low on power itself. Okay, so what I'm thinking here is let's go ahead and in the assembler production, let's do a refinery. Oh God, there's so many. It kind of depends on the scenario that I'm going with. In this particular case, obviously build vision and build info. I've also got the quieter or sneaky tools so that the tools aren't quite as loud. No sparks. What else? We've got not so smooth voxels, so that way it makes the terrain a little less jagged, but it still has some areas that are kind of a pain in the ass. We're also running modular encounters with assertive bunkers and assertive industries, I think is what it is. You know, the assertive suite of mobs, NPCs and whatnot. What else? Procedural ores, so that each planet actually has a different set of ores that are native to it. There's a little bit of overlap, obviously, but some you actually have to go out to certain moons or certain planets to get all of the ores that are available. Plus, it breaks them up so that you no longer have a bunch of clumps of like 2 or 3 different ores. Obviously, weapon core, although I don't have it completely correctly installed, and it's been to my benefit. Yay. Why is that signal getting closer? Oh, because it's probably a ship. And then also doing the new, what is it? Not the NAT assembler. The vanilla survival experience instead of the daily needs survival kit, which has been super, super nice. I like it over daily needs. God, we have so much to go through. What are we doing on iron anyway? Oh, good. I have enough. So what I should be able to do is replace the... Yeah, I'll be able to replace these guys here. And this, once we get to it. I haven't tried snarky sounds. I think we get annoyed enough with the usual inventory full. Okay, and I should be, yeah, I'll be able to get the actual refinery in there pretty easily. So that should make life easier. I can just replace this when we get there. But I'm going to take a quick AFK, and I shall be back in just a few. There we go. Okay. There goes a patrol out there. Fortunately, it's going away from me. Thank you, Hollis. Okay. This is almost done. So, small cargo. Always have been. Okay. Let's drop this off. Goodbye, refinery. Where did I put that? 4? 6. I didn't have a place. There we go. And full-size refinery. Our base is going to hate us after this. So we're absolutely going to want to get a second battery on here. Although we really don't have that much more stuff to go through, so it's not too bad. We've been doing pretty good at getting most of this refined. Ooh. Reese's are so good. Hmm. And yes, this is true. I was hatched as a nerd. I was actually hatched as a white-bellied nerd. There we go. Oh, this is good. All right. Now I need the water generator. So this will represent the first part of the base. And generally speaking, I tend to start overdoing refineries and whatnot after a certain point. I know, right? For a change, living above ground. Usually I tend to live underground, and it is basically dwarves in space kind of mentality when I'm playing. I don't have any steel plate. That's fine. But there we go. Speaking of underground and whatnot and other playthroughs, I think I still have it here. I'll have to double check. But we could take a look at... Yeah, I'm happy with where this is going. Okay, so we're going to wrap up this playthrough, but I wanted to take a look at one of the old ones from previous years, actually from last year. Has it been around that long? Let's see. Do I have it? That's... Yes, I do have it. It's that one. This is a ginormous save. So this one will take just a few to actually get loaded up because it is, again, fairly large. I might actually go through the trouble of swapping out camp or swapping out the build and repairs for camp. I believe this is also the save that has my Puma Mark 1 and 2. Which I really cannot wait for them to finally add pistons, rotors, and hinges to Space Engineers 2. That will be a glorious day right there. Being able to actually have the physics blocks in the game and get stuff done will be superb. It will be wonderful. God, Reese's. Why do Reese's have to taste so damn good? It's just not right. Come on, load faster. This game is so huge. Like this particular save is one of my older ones and one of my longer ones too. But it's one of the ones always tastes like more. Yes, always tastes like more, as in I need more. Almost there. Almost halfway. That really is. Like, they really just ought to call it Reese's Peanut Butter Crack. First it is free. No, you still have to pay like $3 for a pack. Although Halloween, actually, just after Halloween is the best time to get Reese's because the big bags for Halloween wind up getting discounted fairly well. So you just wind up coming home with giant bags of Reese's cups. Oh, really, Otto? All right, Spectre, have a good one, buddy. Thanks for stopping by as always. Uh-huh. Actually, funnily enough, Hollows, both Landry and my mom get that way sometimes too with watermelon, so you're not alone. Okay. All right, man. Have a good one. Yeah, pinch of salt really does help. Okay, so let's go ahead. And where's my base at? There it is. Oh, whoops. I wanted just the reverse ones off. Okay. And we're gonna... That is actually a good set of wins. Man, I got woken up the other night because of heartburn. More specifically because of acid reflux. It really sucks when you're dead asleep and then all of a sudden your stomach is like, by the way, here's a whole bunch of acid for your lungs. And you're like, well, shit. Thanks for the gift, I guess. That is a terrible feeling. And what really sucks is I had taken Tums that night before I'd gone to sleep, but apparently it wasn't enough. Yes, pretty much. Now, granted, I'm used to coughing up a lung from being a smoker, more specifically a pot smoker. But it doesn't make it any easier. Goodbye, Moonbase. I will say that I absolutely love the little thruster pack, the RCS thrusters from the Arlen Lynx drive systems, because it allows you to build a tiny little shuttle like this that is super efficient. And just absolutely gets you from place to place without any problems. Granted, the speed could be a little bit better, but I've done that before too. Wind up, it is tiny. But there are plenty of times where I've woken up from a dream and I'm like, I really want the food that was in my dream. Aw. Totally get that though. That's one thing I do miss being, obviously I miss being a teenager for a number of reasons, but being able to just pile away like just a ton of food, and then within an hour most of it's already gone and you're like, all right, well, I'm ready for more. I miss being able to do that. Those were good times though. I discovered who? Huh. That's new. Exactly. Just hangs out. Like that one guy in your friend group. It's not that anybody doesn't like him. It's just that they don't like him staying so long. And nobody really knows where he came from. He just showed up one day. And then he was part of the friend group. Yay. Not quite. I know where you came from, Hollows. But yes, I didn't know what the return address was. You just, one day I picked you up off my doorstep and I was like, well, I guess we're friends now. Actually, that's not true. I knew who to return you to. I knew who to give you back to. Unfortunately, you are really clingy. Like, you give duct tape a run for its money. You're like if a boomerang had an attitude. But all the best friends are like that. Velcro incarnate. Yeah, there you go. I tried to be an asshole. There were a few times where I almost succeeded. Of course. And she does. She definitely makes that sound. Mostly because I think she legitimately has real claws. Almost back home. Good Lord. That's a good thing I went ahead and added the speed mod, because this would take 3 times as long. But yeah, I think what I'll do once I get back to base is mark where... I think I know where I have them, but I'll mark out where I have the build and repairs, so that way I can go ahead and replace them with the camps instead. That's all right. I mean, we just automatically assume that everybody in these sorts of situations is male, and it's usually a safe assumption. Looks like I have a little bit. Yeah, that's right, because it's kind of on the other side. Yeah. It's like, wait a minute, this area doesn't look like where my base is. And I am indeed correct, it is not. Excuse me. Oh, god damn it. Are we good? Okay, it was just 2 of them. We're fine. We're good. I don't have hiccups. That does actually sound like a party. Look, another ice lake. That's true. I think in a lot of cases, most people are desk lamps. We just don't realize how bright or dull we are. Hey, getting out of the house every once in a while is not a bad thing. My time out of the house is usually spent either mowing the lawn or taking the trash out. Mostly because I don't really have anywhere to go or anything really that I can, well, mostly I can't afford anything outside of the house anyway. And usually when, well, we also only have the 1 car, and that's 9 times out of 10 being used by my sister to go to work. So there's real no point. And then on the days off, they're usually taking the car out to go grocery shopping. So not much point to go out. Yay, we're almost home. And going out to eat these days is stupid expensive. Like, I remember I don't know, sometimes there have been a few times where I would go out to eat, like when I did actually have decent income, I would go out to eat on my own. Mostly it was go get high and then go out to the Waffle House. I miss Waffle House. And there's our base, right down here. Oh, Waffle House has always been so good. We spent a lot of our youth at the Waffle House. This could be a problem. Slow down, slow down. Okay, we're good. Okay, there we go. And we'll just bring ourselves, actually, I should bring myself into this hangar over here. Oh, I know what ship that is. It's one of the other various ships I was working on. There we go. That's true. Like the Philippines and whatnot. And a lot of those street foods look so delicious too. That's right. I needed to repair this. Basically rebuild. I think I was rebuilding this. I don't remember if I was or not. I don't think they do. Honestly, it's tough to stay on top of whatever the latest slang is. Mostly because it changes from minute to minute. That's the problem that I have. Every minute it's something new, and I'm like, well, I don't want something new. I wanted the old stuff. Awesome. Yes. The way that it changes generationally and yearly. That's why I typically default either to like 80s, 90s sort of slang, because that's what I grew up on, or just proper English, or as proper English as one can get these days. Wow, that vibrates a lot, but that's okay. And what? Those textures aren't looking too good. Exactly. Like, what the hell is that whole cap, no cap thing anyway? That just sounds retarded. Wow, all these textures are messed up, but that's fine. But anyway, that still works. That's good. Let's see. I think I had it up around. I don't think it was this far. Yeah, I was seeing that the other day, and that actually does look kind of interesting. There's also the was it VCZ elevator? Is it up here? Yes, it is. Okay, good. All right, so what I need is we're going to save this. We're going to exit. And what I'm hopeful is by switching out build and repair for camp, that will actually be in a position to reduce some of the game's overhead that it's dealing with. Because this one has a ridiculous number of mods that are part of it. Like the mod list for this is huge. Crimson, there we go. I can get rid of that. And we are going to then bring in camp. And okay, that's fine. Because I think I'm actually still using some of those pieces. Right, the VCZ Elevator 2.0. This is not intended to be a space elevator. Let's see. I think everything else should be good. Okay, cool. Check my advanced settings. Those are all good. Boom. Ship. Okay, cool. If I remember correctly, this save has actually gone through several DLC. Because it was, which one? It came out, Automatons. It's not bad. It's a little wonky and probably not the best one out there anymore. But essentially, it is a modified rotor, if you will, a rotor and piston. And what you essentially have is you set up a base and then the various floors and then the spacers in between them. Then it spawns the elevator and it will automatically determine how many floors there are based off of which blocks you use, and then give you the corresponding buttons for that, which is really useful. But sometimes it bugs out. It hasn't been updated in a while. And it can break itself where it doesn't actually give you the correct elevator car. And so it doesn't want to work. Really love it if somebody created a better version of that, which is probably what they've done with that JS elevator. Come on, hurry up and load. There it goes. That's possible. A lot of the problem is that over time, as they've updated the game and they've updated the engine, a lot of the old mods that we've used haven't also gotten updated to correspond with that. And so a lot of them have become, unfortunately, antiquated, which is a shame because so many of them worked so incredibly well. And it's a shame that other people haven't been able to pick up those mods and continue running with them. Either because the mod makers just aren't around anymore, or because the mod makers were like, I am not releasing my code. It's like, okay, fine, be that way. There we go. Kind of wait for everything to load up. Exquisite. Okay. So what I want to do is grab camp. I don't know. For some reason, I can't see that in my head. I don't know why. Like the idea of that, I'm just not seeing that in my head. I know I have a freaking... Yeah, there it is. Need you. Like a landing gear, but with propulsion. Yeah, I don't know. Like that's just, I'm not saying you're incorrect in your description. Something more like maglev. I know actually there used to be, I don't know if there still is, but there used to be a couple of hover engine mods that basically did that. I'm trying to remember, because I know that they used to exist because I've used them before and they were really, really cool. There we are. Okay, you are camp base front area max. Enable pickup and projection assistant off. Actually, yes, we'll leave that off. I want this to build the base and I want it to repair the base, but I don't want to use it to do projections. I'm going to have a separate one just for that. Okay, and I need... Where did I leave that? Leave that at the other... I bet I did. I bet I did leave that at the other base. My hydrogen base. Oh, I should probably update what this is. Base. Tunnel base. I mean, it's still Space Engineers, but different playthrough. And we'll grab this one, the Cycle. Which has a really fun lighting script thanks to Fant. Fant really did write me a lot of really cool scripts. Kind of missed that. He did some fun stuff. Okay. Make sure we're not going too high up. Down a little bit. Self-maintenance unit. Haven't heard of that one. I'll have to take a look at that at some point. Okay. Whoop. Not quite. This is the really old playthrough that I had. That was the 2-kilometer tunnel. This one took forever and a day. I actually still need to lift that damn thing out of there. There we go. All right. Okay. Well, and that's essentially what camp does as well. Camp does the exact same thing. In fact, it's actually written by one of the guys that had been upkeeping Build and Repair, Crimson. There we go. Let's see. Control panel. Increase the area. Local and connected. And change your name to Camp Rear Entrance. Base. Let's actually name this correctly. Base. Rear. There we go. Base camps. Because that's just fun to say. Like that's a great thing to be able to call that. Oh, wow. Almost always you hear these stories on like YouTube shorts or Reddit threads or some bullshit like that. And everybody's like, oh yeah, file that under things that never happened. Yeah, camp doesn't by itself grind anything down unless it's a specific color. Which is not necessarily a problem. You get actually kind of used to that. Yay. That should be coming up now. Yeah, give me a second and I will there you go. Oh, wow, that sucks. At that point in time, if anything happened, that's on your boss's, like, that's your boss's fault. That's a good point. There we go. I think that's still one of my proudest achievements. This big ass elevator. It even has elevator music. And then, fun fact, this actually runs a script that my friend Fant had written, where it actually starts out slow and then starts speeding up to a specific speed, and then near the end it will actually slow itself back down again. But it runs all of the pistons at the same time. Yeah, there it goes. There we go. Locks in place. Yeah. What's going on down there? Oh, I see. Okay, that was just LOD of the train. It really should. I've actually had a couple of people come in and outright complain about build info and talk about how it has so many scripts that are part of it. And it's like, yeah, and build info is amazing. Let's be realistic. Build info basically runs most, if not all, of my playthroughs. It's been a while since I've actually looked in here. I'm mostly just walking through this for myself because of how long it's been since the last time I looked at this. But yeah, this was a lot of fun to put together. Was I? Oh, that's right. This was, I drilled this out so that I had a place to park the ship. Or was that I rammed something in there? I don't remember. Absolutely. I think what it is that too many people approach certain aspects of the game as gamers, not as engineers. And so they just like to get pissy about things in general, rather than appreciating that they should be approaching it from an engineering standpoint. Ah. And honestly, this is actually running a lot better now than it had been previously. Part of the problem that I was running into when I was last playing this is that it was just, I think, overwhelmed by so many of the older mods. That and my poor old video card. There we go. Let's go check to make sure that connector actually still connects. Well, it did. I don't know why it decided to switch off. I need to, oh, there it goes. Now, why are you going to disconnect? Or you're not? Okay. I might have to take a look at that and figure out why that happens. Yeah, that's all pistons. And then I utilize connectors and whatnot to make sure that it stays connected at the top, and then it sits flush at the bottom as well. And then for the vehicle that it usually carries, I actually have a mag plate that I can drive over top of, and it will go ahead and just attach to that and carry it up and down. All right, man. Enjoy the work. I also need to get to this. There we go. Ho, 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 ho. Did not expect that to work. Okay. Actually, I ought to just drive this one down and park it. I will say there is a little bit of a subtle issue with Space Engineers. Gotcha. And thank you for the follow there, Anderson man. Much appreciated. But yeah, man. So anyway, as I was saying, one of the issues that I have with Space Engineers is that over a long enough period of time, or over a long enough distance, I should say, what winds up happening is where you built is no longer flat. In this case, yes, just a little bit of an issue. So this tunnel is about 2 to 2.5 kilometers long, depending on where you start measuring from. And unfortunately, because of that, from the front of the base where I started to the end of the tunnel, there is a slow and steady incline, which is kind of annoying, but understandable. Go. Okay. There goes that one. I know, right? How dare I? And yet, I dare. This was also well before the new medical bay came out. Well, technically, you can already do that. Basically, you can warhead drill your way through the planet. Whee! Actually, before I do that, then you down. Well, it should be if you align everything correctly when you build the warhead printer. Just turn off trash collection. Then you don't have that problem. He might have. I know I've seen quite a few of the YouTubers over the years do stupid shit like that, so. Let's see. How we doing on... Still plenty there. Okay, cool. There she is. That's who I was looking for. One of my other prides and joys was this thing. The Sudam, that's what it was. Not Prototech. That was actually before Prototech. Those are modded. They're from the, I want to say Rebels drills, but I could be wrong. Let's see, which one are they from? That is, oh, Mexpex heavy mining drill. Yeah, they are definitely old, but they are good. Although I need to replace them. Unfortunately. Oh, you're not gonna, well, fine, don't refill that. I don't even care. Yeah, I need to replace those, and actually I need to rebuild that entire drill rig so that way I can extend out the drill arms farther so that I can get more of the ice, because right now it don't do that so well. I mostly just wanted to pick up this truck, bring it back home. So much of this base. No, I haven't actually. Sounds interesting. I'll have to look that up at some point. I have no idea. There we go. Whee. I think this is still one of my favorite ground vehicles or rovers that I've made. Let's see, I should be coming around this way. Good Lord. It's been so long since I've driven through here. I don't quite remember the path. But we'll figure it out again. Huh. That definitely sounds interesting. Oh, I know what you're talking about. And I've done something similar before. So yeah. That's only if you're playing in a scenario that isn't using awe scrap. That's the only time that it works. Or it's kind of like some of the batteries in Industrial Overhaul. It's very definitely not the way I normally come through here. Right. Oh no, I'm old enough to remember what non-rechargeable batteries are like. Wow, this was actually a slightly easier way to come up here. I don't know about coming up, but this way wasn't too bad. Would be kind of fun to build a ramp going up here. Shut the fuck up, Hollows. Okay. Not quite Pepperidge Farm, but close. Definitely close. Okay, I think I needed to come down a little bit farther. Yeah, because this is deeper into the valley than I'm usually at. Oh, gotcha. No, that's fair. Well, again, like I said, there are like Industrial Overhaul has batteries that you can't recharge. So that sort of thing already exists as a mechanic. True. Well, actually, no. But yes. Because we do have hydrogen engines. So that's not like it's a thing that doesn't exist. I can tell there's all these ore splotches under me. Technically, yes. Like, you're not wrong on that it does feel a little weird, the way that they do generate energy. You know, I'd rather enjoy the game than need complete realism. I think oftentimes, and really realism, I think I know what you're talking about, is that sometimes it's okay to have a hand wavium situation if it means that the gameplay benefits from it. So as long as the gameplay is made better because of hand waving, then that's fine. But if the hand wave is there just to make you lazier as a developer and not because it benefits the gameplay, that's where it technically has a problem. And as long as it also fits within the reality of the game itself, too. I think that's another key thing that we sometimes forget, is that it's really easy to forget that the universe that we're playing in has its own set of rules and has its own reality that we are playing within and by. And so as long as we're maintaining that, then that's okay. Exactly. Yep. It's the internal consistencies. Yeah, I know, it just seems silly. But in the land of Minecraft, that's what happens. Or like in Subnautica, using your knife, your survival knife, to break open rocks in order to collect ore. Like, that's just absolutely silly. But within Subnautica, that makes sense. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, no. Oh. What? The hell? You let that tree stop you? That break on this. Nothing important. Nothing it can't fix from home. Oh, I think I just took off the front bumper is all. And probably beat up a little bit of the conveying system. Nothing too major. Absolutely. The bumper has done its job a number of times on this thing. Wood cannot gone. Sorry, that one kind of escapes me. I can usually translate most bad English, but that one, I don't know. I might. I think I might have to go ahead and make copies of both the Puma and the Puma Mark II. Move them to a different save. Actually, what I ought to do is just do a save as on this with the Pumas, and then do a save as where I remove them. Oh no, I've run through enough trees. Like, me and trees have been on a drive-by status for a long time. I just don't think I was going fast enough is the problem. There you go. Just line this up. Helps him around. Yeah. Okay, and then and lift up is 4. we go. Oh God, yes. I've seen a number of videos like that where the kid's just like, I will now ram my head directly into your nuts, but I love you so much. Thank you. Almost there. It's good stuff. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. It would have made sense to do that, but this wound up being the easier solution. There it goes. But I'm also using modded pistons that have a 35 meter reach instead of the 10 meter. So they wound up being a better choice. I didn't need as many. They were also the pistons that I wound up using to help dig out this tunnel, since this tunnel was all automatic build. That would be kind of cool. I think that would be something that the physics engine of Space Engineers 2 is going to be able to handle a little bit better. But also, that's true. Well, and yeah. But I think overall, having to come up with interesting solutions like we do sometimes, like a piston-driven elevator like that, it really does help make the game more interesting in the long term. Gives us an opportunity to really sink our teeth into the engineering problems to come up with better solutions. Using the most basic of tools. Yeah, workaround. A workaround is a solution. Oh, wow. Technically it would be Poseidon, I suppose, but Zeus works as well. He's also a dick. All right, yeah. Absolutely. Right. Let's go ahead and get this reconnected to the base. Or at least it's in a position where I can collect its trailer. Oh, come on. We are. Yep, perfect. There it is. Okay. Make sure that yeah, that didn't quite get on there right. That's okay. I can probably... No. Can't slam my face into it. Should... supposed to just slot in. Come on. All right. I need... Shut up, Hollows. Oh my God. Gotcha. Okay, let's see if we can use drill bit here. Kind of nudge this in place without breaking anything. I mean, drill bit should be fine. It's this thing that I'm worried about. The whoops. That'll buff out. Okay. That's fine. There we go. Absolutely. Yeah, now it's on the way that's like, that's the way that it's supposed to look. As I go trying to slam myself into it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and then there. Totally A-okay. I'll fix it later in post. Okay, let's just get this rolled back. Not perfect, but close enough. Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Yes. I'm trying to remember what they're from. I think it's from the small grid. Small ship window pack, apparently. But yes. I don't know why they aren't closing, though. Actually, no, I know why, because I don't have their buttons set up at the moment. Control group. What is it? The pseudim. Yeah, open, close. There we go. Um, that's not how they're supposed to work. It could be that there is a bug with the mod. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's what the problem is. Because they shouldn't. They used to work. Yeah, they used to work just fine. Let's see. Airtight. Yeah. Sometimes. Mostly these days, he just says, well, we're moving on, boys. Not worth it. You fucking what, mate? No. Let's see. That. And then. That was. There's that. And. Ooh. Awesome. Okay. I need camp front. You are now set to and connected. And hopefully nope. Okay. Base camps. We'll set you to just all. Where's that? Oh, there it is. Let's see. Camp front. Let's see. Show. Wait a minute. Where? Yeah, you're right here. Oh. I know why. Because I'm dumb. And I always forget this step. Base camps. Toggle blocks on. There we go. That's why it wasn't working. There we are. Okay. Now the cruise is done being an idiot for the moment. Only marginally for the moment. Now I can go ahead and turn those, the base camps, show work area, hidden. There we go. Okay. There we are. That feels a bit better. Also, what did I break on here? Oh, wow, I actually broke a lot more than I thought I did. Let's do... There's no other connection points, so I just need the straight throughs. There we go. And that should reconnect everything back up. There we go. Yep. Awesome. That feels a little bit better. Now that I know what was broke versus what needs fixing. Yeah, this, spent a lot of time on this playthrough. Mostly because of the tunnel needing to be drilled. Need to clear out some of that, I think. No, because that's what's holding up the... It depends on the application. If you're going for aesthetics and they're not really going to be as functional, then I would actually say blast door blocks are really good for bumpers, or a mix of armor, beams, etc. You know, kind of make it look like a proper bumper, depending on if it's a truck or a car or something like that. But if you need it to be functional, if it actually has to function as a proper bumper, zero friction wheels are going to be better. Just flat out the best idea you can do. God, yes, I forgot about all this. So much of this. Anyway, though. Absolutely we do. Like, we already have the sort of Jeffries tubes, if you will, but nothing that has the opening door. God, we need that so bad. However, after this trip down memory lane, I am actually going to go ahead and wrap it up for today. I actually got done what I wanted to get done, which was to not only get our base set up in rougher days and actually get our survival kit and rover moved and get to a better location by an ice lake, but also we've had a little bit of fun here in one of our older saves. And yeah, there's a mod for that. But definitely, you know, have some fun, swap out some stuff here. But tomorrow... Tomorrow we should be back bright and early, 9 a.m. Eastern like usual. We'll do some more work on rougher days. And then I may go ahead and do a little bit of time with a sort of a free building session to get an idea as far as some other different ways that I can build things, ways that I can utilize blocks, and just generally get the creative juices flowing. But that being said, as always, thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble. And remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys tomorrow.